The agenda, any additions or deletions? Not seeing any. Dustin's moving the agenda. Vote. That's carried. All right, I need a motion to open the public hearing. Keith is making that motion. Vote. Okay, that's carried. All right, so we are here for bylaw 2024-01. Kayleen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2024-01 is submitted by Cypress County to reclassify a 43.4 hectare or 107.2 acre area from Agricultural District 1 to Highway Commercial District. The property is contained within the east half of Section 1, Township 12, Range 5, West of the 4th, and Plan 901-0041, Block 3. The proposed reclassification area is contained within the area commonly referred to as Dunmore Junction and is located on the east side of the hamlet of Dunmore, bounded by Highway 1 to the north and Township Road 120 to the east and south. The parcel contains dry land pasture and is 201.07 acres in size. In June 2023, Cypress County Council accepted the Dunmore Junction Concept Plan for implementation. Since that time, Council has directed that the area be rezoned to the appropriate district and enable and encourage future development opportunities of the parcel. Cypress County is currently undertaking the construction and extension of 3rd Avenue to connect Township Road 120 to the east and has submitted a traffic impact assessment to Alberta Transportation. The parcel is located inside the Dunmore Urban Services area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan. Additionally, the parcel is contained within the boundary of both the Dunmore Master Area Structure Plan as well as the Gasoline Alley Area Structure Plan. The plans all align to encourage commercial and hamlet residential growth and development. If this application is to be approved, the county would retain a surveyor to submit a subsequent subdivision application to be considered by the Municipal Planning Commission. Under the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, it states that municipalities are responsible for the planning and development processes that ensure land is available for development such as residential, commercial, and industrial lands, municipal roads, and water and wastewater treatment facilities to accommodate population growth. Decision makers in the region will need to deliberately cooperate and coordinate their planning to meet the physical and social infrastructure needs of their communities and to ensure that the quality of life for all residents is enhanced in thriving urban and rural communities. Section 2.7, Dunmore Urban Services Area of the Tri-Area IDP, states that the intent of the area is to provide a future secure land base for the orderly expansion of the hamlet of Dunmore. This hamlet is considered as an alternative regional option for the development of a fully serviced community in the long term. Proposed development shall adhere to the Dunmore Master Area Structure Plan for lands within the Dunmore Urban Services Area. Section 4.4.1, Growth Hamlets of the County's Municipal Development Plan, directs Council as follows. That the county shall identify the following hamlets as growth hamlets, that being the hamlets of Desert Bloom, Dunmore, Urban, and Seven Persons. The county shall support a range of services and land uses within growth hamlets, directing light industrial, commercial, and institutional uses to these communities. And that the county should direct future development to growth hamlets to support their growth. Section 4.4.19, Alignment with the IDP, states that the county shall refer to the applicable IDP when assessing development applications on lands that fall within the boundaries. Policies within adopted IDPs shall take precedence over policies contained within the Municipal Development Plan and other statutory plans adopted by Council. The Dunmore Master Area Structure Plan states that the commercial industrial lands are located adjacent to the CP rail line on the north side of the highway, as well as the Trans-Canada Highway and Highway 41. The combination of commercial and light industrial uses is seen as compatible. It is not expected that heavy industrial uses will be developed within the commercial industrial designated areas. Anticipated uses would include highway commercial, such as truck stops, restaurants, and hotels, and light industrial areas such as oil, gas shops and yards, storage, warehousing, and offices. Additionally, highways add creative, attractive locations for commercial business due to visibility and access. The future Trans-Canada Highway bypass and interchange is anticipated over the long term to create significant demand for regional commercial development. The Gasoline Alley Area Structure Plan states that the ASP intends to capitalize on the locational advantage of the lands by providing opportunities for industrial, commercial, and employment-driven land uses, while recognizing that future realignment for Highway 1. This includes a focus on a mix of business and industrial lot sizes, high visibility business exposure, excellent commercial access, adequate transitions between existing non-residential uses, addressing and planning for stormwater management requirements, maintaining existing topography and site drainage, and servicing with water and on-site septic storage with potential for full urban servicing. The Gasoline Alley Area Structure Plan is uniquely situated at the intersection of two significant provincial highways, Highway 41 and Highway 1. These two highways provide increased exposure to the plan area and have excellent vehicle capacity. The design of required road widenings will be determined at the time of subdivision and designed in accordance with Alberta Transportation and Cypress County guidelines and construction standards. Servicing of the Gasoline Alley area will consist of water, storm, and on-site sanitary infrastructure, as well as utilities such as power, natural gas, phone, cable, and fiber optic. Extensions or connections to the municipality provided water must be confirmed by the county. Municipal water servicing will be achieved through tie-ins which currently terminate at 3rd Avenue, and a proposed water line will run along 3rd Avenue and will act as the feeder for water service in the area. Staging has been planned to optimize costs with development revenue in a reasonable and cost-effective manner, while utilizing existing infrastructure as much as possible to avoid investment in major upgrades. Development is expected to commence adjacent to existing development along 3rd Avenue and then continue east. The Dunmore Master Stormwater Management Plan provides a release rate of 2.7 liters per second per hectare to be adopted for the design of any stormwater infrastructure in the Dunmore Plan area. Bylaw 2016-27 establishes the Dunmore offsite levy in the amount of $50,000 per hectare within the hamlet of Dunmore. At the time of writing this report, there were no comments or objections received from any adjacent landowners. The Town of Redcliffe replied that they have reviewed the proposed land use bylaw amendment and they have no comments. City of Medicine Hat Planning and Development Services replied that they have no concerns with the reclassification from agricultural district to highway commercial district. The area is located within the Dunmore Urban Services area of the IDP, which references commercial, industrial, and residential uses. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors may have some issues with this proposal when it comes to access management and the intersection at Highway 1. The Highway 1 bypass is not coming anytime soon, and the existing highway corridor is going to provide primary regional east-west movement. Additionally, the IDP indicates that full-service water and sanitary services are suitable for the Dunmore services area. Currently, there is no piped sanitary system, and what that looks like in the future is yet to be determined. However, a Watergate agreement exists where the city provides water for the county. The metrics indicate that water usage, while not at its limit, utilizes a very large percentage of the allocation. Interim on-site sewage disposal may make a lot of sense before any permanent solutions are evaluated. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors replied that the proposed development area falls within the permit area for a provincial highway as outlined under the Development and Protection Act. Development of the lands will require a permit from Alberta Transportation. Additionally, pursuant to Section 618 of the Municipal Government Act, the Department expects that the municipality will comply with items in accordance with the Alberta Land Stewardship Act and will mitigate impacts by traffic generated on developments on local road connections. So that being said, Mr. Chairman, my recommendation for this land use amendment is approval, as the proposal complies with human development under the implementation of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, as well as Section 2.7 Dunmore Urban Services area of the Tri-Area IDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayleen. Does anybody from council have any questions for the planner? Shane?
Okay, I just want to make sure when we do our design for that area that we leave enough room at the intersection of the 120 and Highway 1 that we'll try to force the Alberta Transportation to shift Highway 1 eastbound to the south to allow a B train to sit in the median, because that's going to be very important down the road as that highway gets busier and busier and trying to cross.
Yeah. That's, that'll come forth at MPC. So,
Sure.
yep. No, that's a good point, though. Any other questions for the, oh, Jill.
And I can provide further feedback as well. Once we get to the subdivision application stage, we have a surveyor retained that will survey the actual area for the reclassification. That as well will get circulated to Alberta Transportation, and we'll have more dialogue at that time. Okay.
Any other questions? Not seeing any out of council? Okay. Are there any comments from anyone for or against the proposed bylaw? Not seeing anybody? I'll now call for any final submissions or for those who have felt they have not had the opportunity to participate in the public hearing. Not seeing anybody? The public hearing for bylaw 2024-01 is concluded. There will be no other submissions accepted. Can I get somebody to, Dustin's give me a motion to close the public hearing? Vote. Okay, that's carried. Which one are we going to, 3.2? Or that, we just did that one?
4.1, Mr. Chairman.
4.1, sorry. 4.1, Tarlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the minutes from the February 6th council meeting for your consideration.
Thank you. Everybody's read them. Any questions on it? Comments? Keith, moving them? Thank you, Keith. Not seeing any questions? Vote. And that's carried. We're on to 6.1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is bylaw 2024-01, land use amendment, second and third. The bylaw is on page 24. The recommended motion is approval of second and third reading.
Thank you. So, Michelle, moving second? Yeah. Great. Any questions or comments on it? Not seeing any. Vote. It's carried. Third reading. Lloyd? Vote. That's carried. 6.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2024-04, speed limit bylaw, Township Road 140A. Recommended motion is 3 readings. It's on page 26 with the background information and the bylaw to follow. The existing Township Road 140, all that portion that lies within the Range Road 75 for a distance of 1,000 meters from 50 kilometers an hour to replace with going down to 30 kilometers an hour. Is there any questions?
Shane?
Yeah, just, is that a misprint on replaced with Township Road? All that portion that lies northwest of Range Road 75 for a distance of 1,000 meters from 30 kilometers an hour, or 2? 2. So is it, okay, so it's just a misprint. Okay, I brought this forward. Reeve, I had few people phoning from the town of Bull, not a town, from Bull, that they're with speed, because there are some kids riding their bikes on the gravel road in there, and they'd like to see the speed reduced. So I thought I'd bring it forward.
Blaine?
I don't have a problem with the reduction of the speed. I do have a question, though. It does say, because of the dust and stuff too, so if we do put it down to 30, there'll be no plans of doing any dust abatement there at all, or what's the plan with that?
Through the chair. No, there was no consideration at this time for additional dust abatement, especially with the speed down to 30.
Any other question? Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A year ago, we had a request for a speed reduction, and we talked a little bit about the need for methodology, and that, public participation beyond just having a phone call or two should be necessary. I'm just curious, have we had any kind of formalized public participation or consultation with the residents out there? And if so, what, we've got the details stated there, like the average speed right now is 40 kilometers an hour. The highest speed that was tracked was 51 in an area where it's a 50K speed limit. I'm just kind of curious as to what our rationale is, other than just saying that, there's kids riding their bikes on the road, because quite frankly, that same logic could be used for any road and purpose. So what are the criteria that we're asking for and using to make decisions that warrant dropping speed limits?
Ken?
Through the chair. I just want to review some of the steps we took when we looked at this segment of road. We also looked at the history of this area and when it converted from a hamlet to residential subdivisions. I noted that there was houses within 12 meters of the road. There was a total of approximately 8 dwellings within a close proximity, so outside of the normal planning that we would do today. So it has some unique features in that regard. As far as consultation with area residents, there was no consultation directly with any of the residents along that route during this review process. However, various site visits and talking with local residents out there, there was a couple instances of that. So just with the area and the maintenance and understanding what kind of traffic has been using the road, and during the summer, that increases slightly, about 20 to 25%. So we tried to gather as much details to help inform a decision here today for that.
Okay, so I appreciate that. I guess in my mind, that what I'm wondering is, like, when we're talking about dropping these speed limits in these roads, is there a way that we could come up with kind of a formal process or a policy that states that, if you have this kind of density, if you have this kind of proximity to roads, if you are gravel, not pavement or what? Because I still think that it's just, to me, it's the risk that we run is that anybody that wants to have their speed reduced because there's activity on the roads can just simply make that request. And I'd like to see something a little bit more formal as far as kind of a, if you're on a gravel road and you're within this much and you have this many houses, you can drop it. But like 30K is a school zone speed limit. It's not even that I'm against the speed limit. I just want to know that we have an actual methodology behind making these decisions.
You got your hand up, Richard?
I think we've seen from the past that you can't find a policy, something in there that fits every situation. And that's why it's brought before council, and council, as the 9 independent people, can look at it and say, I think there's a need there, there's a safety issue. It fits into what we're trying to do there, which is make it safe for the residents, safe for the ratepayers. So to say a policy will cover everything, I I don't agree with that. So I have no problem with this bringing that speed limit down, because I think that staff has done their homework and said, look, we have 8 people, we've got residences that are close to the road, and we're gonna make it as safe as we can. And you know what? In this situation, a school zone speed is a good speed. So it's going to take people maybe a minute longer to drive than it did before. So I think it's a great idea.
Dustin?
Just one question I have. Is that a through road? I'm just not familiar with it. It is a through road. So, just my thoughts looking at it. We're still technically classifying Bull as a hamlet in our envisionment here of slowing stuff down, going through it. Would it not be proper procedure then to let it respect the same speed limits as the rest of our hamlets and have it at 40? That would be my thoughts on it. 30 in a school zone and the rest of our hamlets are identified as 40. So just for consistency.
Okay. Yeah, I know you're going to rebuttal. Can you hold on one second? Just, does anybody else have any comments on it? Keith?
I guess I would share Dustin's thoughts, going down to 40 as opposed to 30, but that's just my thought.
Does anybody else have anything? Shane, it's your motion. You can.
Yeah, like I said, I brought it forward. The other hamlets are paved. This is gravel. So that's why the extra 10 kilometers. We got it knocked down to 30 kilometers in Vinerville. We got it knocked down to portions of Range Road 140A, 30 kilometers an hour up onto Thelma Road. So it was brought by some residents of Bull asking to drop it down because it is gravel, not paved, and just slows them down a bit more so the kids don't get hit with rocks if they're out. So I really don't see the big issue, but it's up to the council.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to drop the speed down to 30K for that road. Vote. That's carried? Oh. Oh, we got to do second on that? Right. Jeez, I thought it was a motion. That's my bad. Okay, second.
I'll make that second motion for second.
Okay, any questions on it? Blaine?
I just have a comment. Actually, I think there's a train crossing that it goes across too. Is there not, Shane, or there's not there?
No,
I thought there was.
it runs parallel.
Oh, it's going east and west, not north and south? That's the one you're talking about? Oh, yeah, okay. Then I looked at it wrong.
Any other questions on it? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. Motion to have third. Dustin? Vote. Okay, that'll be held over till the next council meeting. All right, where are we at? 7.1, Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the January 2024 financial updates on page 33. Does the recommended motion the council receive the January 2024 financial operating financial update for information? Is there any questions?
Thank you, Caroline. Shane?
Yeah, through the chair to staff. Did Sage management ever get done in their pit, and with how long it took them to crush their did it end up costing us extra to do our checks on them, our quality control?
Through the chair. The Clark pit is the one that Sage Management did their crushing. They crushed a total of 40,000 tons. It went smoothly on that project and within budget. And with our testing, quality control testing, we had the right frequency and no variations, and it went pretty smooth as far as product that was produced for us there.
Any other questions?
I got one in payments.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just through the chair to staff again, I just need clarification. And it is on page, hang on, get out of there. Page 3, Altera Engineering. On-site investigation roadway. Is that engineering or what? I just don't understand what it means, on-site investigation.
Through the chair. The reference there is relating to the black and white trail. We started our preliminary work on one of our future allocated capital work projects to investigate the full limits of the road. That include soil bore logs down the road and getting the moisture content down there, as well as evaluating the oil on the top and the thickness and the quality and the age. So they've recently submitted their report, and it's something I'd like to bring to council at a future meeting for that and present that.
Thanks for clearing that for me. That was a different way of saying engineering.
Any other questions on the financial statements? Not seeing any other ones. Since Shane was the only one with questions, he's moving the financial statements. Oh, there's a case of beer from the press. We like that. No, she didn't hear that. She's too busy. That's a case of beer from the press. You know that, eh? No other questions? Vote. That's carried. 8, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 58, the Chief Administrative Officer's report, the recommended motion that council approve the CAO report as presented. Our Director of Municipal Services is handing out an updated information sheet in the CAO report. It talked about campgrounds and such, and just there was updated information on it. So it is just Kim is handing that out.
So ask if that's per month or for 5 months. No, ours is for 5 months. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Go ahead,
Mr.
Rob.
Reeve, through the chair, just, I think in the CEO report, there was a paper talking about the registration opening up for the FCM convention in Calgary. What is our policy when it comes to, I know when it's across the country and stuff like that, and there's more expenses, but when it's in the same province, is that something that we are able to attend, and is it permitted? What's the process for that?
Leslie Ann?
FCM isn't outlined in the convention attendance policy, so it would require a motion of council to attend.
Any other questions? I have one, I just want to point something out or ask a question on the campgrounds that were brought out. So ours is a 5-month seasonal, but when we look at the other ones like Bow Island, that's per month? Or is that the whole season?
Through the chair, they just do a monthly rate, and we don't allow a monthly rate, we just do a full season.
Okay, so that'd be $4,700 then, or $4,750 for the, if they were there for the 5 months?
No, that 1875 is for the 5-month period, so it's 375 a
I'm
month.
talking for Bow Island.
He's referring to both.
Oh,
Times
Bow Island,
by
yes,
5 then?
yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do comparisons on our cost to theirs. Yeah. So if you compare it to a 5-month season, it'd be $4,750. Does anybody else have any questions? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Les.
I just want to point out in the CAO portion of her report that there's the Suffield Community Appreciation Luncheon tomorrow at 11:45 at the Suffield Community Hall. So if you're unable to attend, could you just let me know so they're not making a bunch of extra food for tomorrow?
Richard?
So through the chair, I know we have a lot of projects that, or I'm going to say a lot of, there's projects out there that are being tendered, and I'm just wondering, can we get an update on what's happening there for just a few of them, what's out there, what you're looking for tenders, and is there anything that you can let us know that's coming up later in the summer? Like, it doesn't have to be the 20 or 30 that you're working on, but just like 3 or 4.
So commonly, so we do an operating update and a capital update, so that will be included in there. So we talk about, yeah, those projects. Yeah, yeah.
Shane?
Yeah, I'd like to compliment staff on researching after bridge file 74284 was awarded to a new company that really hasn't done much bridge-sized culverts. I just knew them as house builders, but it's very interesting. But you did your homework, and as I read through it, it's nice to see that you checked off all the boxes with them.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Oh, I didn't get a motion. Who asked the first question? You move, Robin's moving it? Okay. All right, any other questions? Robin's moving the CAO report. Vote. Yeah, hold on. Carried?
Motion that I would like to make is that FCM be added as a permitted conference, being that it's in Calgary this year. I don't see any reason why, if all 9 wanted to go, it's the closest it's ever been. You know, we had it in Regina a couple years ago. It's a good event, and it doesn't get any closer, so there's minimal costs associated with it. So I would like to see that made available to anybody, and those who want to participate can at least get registered. Yep.
All right, any questions on the motion? Do we have any costs related to that, or any idea of the cost?
I believe that Councillor Kirby-White can correct me, but maybe the motion would be that council authorize members of council to attend the 2024 FCM conference in Calgary in accordance with our convention attendance policy. No, oh, sorry. No, I don't have a cost.
What are the dates of it?
It's going to be a good event. There's efforts being made right now to actually organize 747s or 767s to do tours up to the oil sands as well, following the convention, for delegates that are coming in from across the country to actually do tours and see what the actual energy sector looks like on the ground. Something that could be potentially sponsored by the industry as well. So, yep.
Okay, any questions? Vote. That That's carried. 9, Reeve and Counselor's report. Mine is all there. Just elaborate a little bit on the course from Bromley. It was a really good course this year, brought out a lot of, on the emerging transitions, it was a really good course. I've done it for several years, and I probably got the most out of this year than I have. Just bringing that up, I'm sure there's other guys that have done it that are going to talk about it, so I won't go much more on it. Dustin, you want to start?
Not too much from me. Couple things. Had a seed plant meeting here. The 1122 has purchased a mobile seed cleaner, and it should be in operation within the next week or two here by the looks of it. So that's some exciting news coming from them. And then also attached underneath Dan's report there, I included an update from St. Mary's on where their water storage is at this year. So currently they're 47% of water storage. They aim for 78% of winter storage. So just, you can look at the diagrams. It's got the graphing of the snowpack in the various areas where they can catch their runoff from. So there will be water restrictions from St. Mary's this year by the looks of it.
Thank you, Dustin. Keith?
Yeah, I don't have anything further to add other than council meetings.
Lloyd?
Well, I've had a pretty busy month so far. Attended the Elkwater Community Association meeting, and they were asking a lot of questions on if we made any progress with the Parker government for the emergency exit and any further information. Attended the Irvin Library opening there. The MPC was on the 13th. I also attended with the Reeve to that Brown and Lee. It was really good. I sure got a lot out of it. On the 15th here, on the 20th, attended a meeting in the park with Peter Swain and Dylan and our CAO in the Reeve. And I got to admit, quite surprised at the outcome of it. Still a lot of work to do, but they've actually done a lot of work to try and get things moving. So just briefly, their summer bookings already are up 3%. They're at between 95 and 97% of all their campsites are booked. They have roughly 400 campsites, 278 cabins, and they have, when it's during the summer, they have a daily rate of at least 800 vehicles a day coming in and out of that park. And on a busy day, they estimate around 7,000 people are in there. And this is all going in for what's coming up later. They are working with Alberta Transportation right now to get that emergency exit going. They have the gravel and the grader in place. They're still waiting for the paperwork to get signed, sealed and delivered, but it sounds like, I'm not sure if they're going to take care of the emergency exit to our road, or if we're going to do it still like we volunteered that we would. So hopefully within, I'm going to say a month, hopefully, that we're going to find out and the papers will be signed and we can get going on it. There's a tabletop coming up that was set up by our staff and a lot of work done by our fire crews. They're going to be meeting in Elkwater, and Elkwater Fire will be mainly there. Park staff will be there, RCMP will be there. I can't name everybody because I forget, but there's going to be a lot of people there. And what's going to happen is they're going to come up with a plan and talk about how we can protect the town site if we have a forest fire there. How are we going to evacuate people? who's going to be where, what equipment we're going to be needing. It's going to be quite intensive when it comes. There's still no firm date, I understand yet, for it, but it will be done. On previous meetings we had with the park, we always wanted to know who was in charge of an evacuation or a fire or whatever. They're doing a chart up, which is going to list everybody, and they told us that they have worked with 310 Fire they have a complete list of their staff and what supervisory positions they are. So we should be able to phone 310 Fire and get an answer and get a number and find out who we talk to when we get going on, if we're called in. The county and the park have agreed to hold a Fire Smart program for residents and a lot for ranchers too. I don't think there's a firm date, sometime in April. We're hoping. Going to bring experts in to give the lecture, and I believe it might be at the community hall in Elkwater. So, and lunch will be provided courtesy of the county, and I'm hoping a lot of people will attend because it will help even with the ranchers to help fire smart their yards and the town site also. Okay, and the park is, this year would be the first time, they are going to start handing out pamphlets when you check in, and it's going to have a list and a diagram of all exits from all campgrounds, including the group camps, and like down at Grayburn and all that, in case there's an emergency for whatever reason, so people know where to go.
Let me add to that for a second, since you're on it. Yeah, so the exit that he's talking about, that's going to be, they've got theirs up to the line, so we're going to have to work on getting the rest with George Russell out there and work on that one as the county. The 310, we kind of made a smart joke there and said, do they know where Elkwater is this year? They have fixed that. The people that were in dispatch in Calgary last year had no idea where Elkwater was, so that has been taken care of because of fire situations. And the other thing that the government is doing out there is they still have the ski hill. They had to do it year by year to know if they had it. They know they've got it for 2 to 3 more years, so it will be open for the next 2 to 3 years. So that's a positive for them. They're still working on putting out RFPs for it, but they know they've got it, so. Go ahead, Rob.
Lloyd, the number of 7,000 people in the park and the 800 vehicles a day and such, have you ever heard any numbers on how long it would take to evacuate that many people with the current exits that are there? Because like to me, when you start thinking, like if a fire broke out mid-town, is there even adequate time to evacuate with the current exits and emergency structures that are in place?
Well, I don't know how long it would take, and that has never come up at our meetings. But I'm sure with this tabletop, the experts that are coming down, and I think that's why the county started this tabletop to get it going, because nothing was happening with the government on it. And I guess we're just going to have to wait and see. I honestly can't answer that because I don't know the answer to it.
It'd be a big bottleneck if they're trying to come out that one way. Yeah. Darlene, you had more to add to it?
Yeah, and further to that, Mr. Chairman, the discussion yesterday and talking about the order of operations on the chart, who responds to it, that is in regards to an evacuation as well. Because over the years, remember we've talked about the Director of Emergency Management, that sort of thing, and they were throwing their hands up in the air and that sort of thing. Well, now they've identified that they are responsible for that, and whoever is the senior person in the department is responsible for that. That's what they shared yesterday. So that's a movement, a positive.
The scary thing is if the garbage man's a senior one there, that's the guy going to be in charge. Because that's the way they're setting up their org chart. So that's the only scary part. But at least we have something that's showing us who's doing what.
I was just going to say, years ago, I used to work for the park, and we were told that if there was an evacuation or an emergency of anything, that we were just to grab a piece of equipment, and if there was a bottleneck on the causeway, we'd just push it off and keep going. So that's the only thing I can answer you about. But we've been working on this ever since I got on, and I know the county has been working on this for a lot of years. And it started when we got to meet with the minister. It got started when we talked to our MLA. It got going again with meetings that the county has had. And I got to give credit to our staff for pushing it and just going ahead with stuff. And this is the most information that we have gotten in years that I understand, at least 2 years that I've been around. And so I'm hoping it's going to go. Keep your fingers crossed.
Do you have any more of your report? No, that's it. That's it. Any questions on that part? That was quite a bit of information. Nothing on that? Okay. Blaine?
I don't have a whole bunch to report either, as my wife took me on a holiday, so I was out of the country for a while. But I did take a call from a ratepayer that is a volunteer firefighter while I was gone, and he was quite adamant as he expressed his satisfaction with the direction that the emergency services is going, but was still a little upset with some of the misinformation that is being spread throughout the county. He's concerned it's been harming the morale of the emergency services. So I did take that call, and we talked for quite a while. But other than that, yeah, not much to report.
Thank you. Richard?
Well, Lloyd, I bow to the best. You definitely have longer reports than I did. Thursday, February 8th, I participated in the Brown and Lee Emerging Trends. We went up to Calgary, and that's a fantastic opportunity to catch up on where some of the laws, like the courts are ruling, just a reminder of our jobs. The CAOs were there, just well worth attending. And then I'm just going to jump around here for a minute. On Sunday, February 11th, I participated as a judge in a 4-H speech presentation at 7 persons. Then on Wednesday, I went to Cypress County Community Foundation meeting that was here. And then on the next day, I went to in the evening, I went to a Westside Water Co-op meeting. And the reason I'm bringing those 3 events up is because even though none of them were part of my council duties, at every one of them, I spent time listening and trying to answer ratepayer inquiries and questions. So it's a great time to talk to people that normally wouldn't phone you. They just wait until they can see you face to face, and then they ask their questions. So I just feel that, and I think a whole bunch of people on this board do, or on council do, that when you're out in public, the counselor hat is on. You have no choice in that. It just goes with our jobs. So, and that's okay. That's it.
Ooh, that was short. Yeah, that's a record for him. Shane?
Yeah, I also attended the Brown Lee LLP Emergency Trends in Municipal Law. I found it very interesting. It was really good this year. Also had the Highway 320 meeting, which was also very interesting. It is moving. They are moving the power line right now. They are setting up to put in some culverts in places where the irrigation water will be flowing. They are taking houses out of the way. They have now come to their senses, well, not senses, but it sounds like Bow Island is winning, that the highway will not go south of Bow Island, that they are going to try to stuff it through. As a lot of people realize, Highway 3 is actually twinned at the set of lights. There's 4 lanes. So they're looking at trying to keep it going right through Bow Island. They realize there will be a lot of irrigation land ruined if they go south because you're taking all 4 lanes. They did mention, and Dustin will be proud of this one, that they will be re-looking at their alignment at 7 persons. Because if you look at the old diagrams, it's a freeway with overpasses, interchanges, and it's not. It's going to be a divided highway. And a divided highway will have lights, and will have congestions in places, and the speed limit's brought down. It's not a freeway. So they're looking, they know that the price of land has been skyrocketing, especially the irrigation land. So now they're sort of looking into reality more, so it's a good sign, and it is moving forward. They're not sure exactly when the dirt will be flying, because the company will want to get all the utilities out of the way, most of them in places, and they're not sure how big of a fleet they're going to come in with. When I mean fleet, the dirt movers, when they start on the section there. But it was awarded to Ledcor, and it's going ahead, so all positive there. That's all I got.
Thank you, Shane. Michelle?
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
Just a quick question for Shane. In your experience, so you've done road building for decades, so with the stretch that they're looking to do, and obviously equipment pending, but what do you think is kind of a realistic start and end date for this? Like, as far, like, are we looking at kind of a 2-year, 3-year project, or is it something that, you know, like, this is more of a personal opinion that I'm asking you to give? I'm just kind of curious from a frame of reference to what expectations we could see.
Yeah, through the chair, 2 years. And I believe that was in their tender. So a lot of them tenders like we got, they got site occupancy days. So if you go over, you get penalized, and Ledcor is a huge, huge company, and if they come in, they'll, you know, they may bring a sub in like Sherway that has big iron, and big ironing can move a lot of dirt in a hurry.
Michelle?
Since last council meeting, I've had a Cypress View, just board meeting, a Cypress View policy meeting, attended MPC. I also attended the Brownlee once. Thank you to Richard for phoning me, because I was like, had it all on a different day. And thanks to that phone call, I actually showed up when I was supposed to. I got a lot out of it. I say every year I've attended since I've been on council, and it's always good. And this year, I even left a comment saying, like, do you have cameras in everybody's council chambers? Because it's so up to date, the things that we're dealing with. I got a lot out of it, and I recommend everybody goes. What else did I do? I also got a phone call from a ratepayer, just with a compliment, basically saying that fire services and Jason are doing a very good job and they like the direction it's going, and that they're satisfied with all of that. And other than that, I also got a phone call where I had to phone Ken and make him drive out to Schuler one night because the doors were open on the new building that's going up there for the lift station, but all was good. I think that's about it.
Robin?
Had a busy last couple of weeks, and then in the middle of it got smoked with a nasty flu, but that's gone, thank goodness. And then this last weekend was fortunate to take a trip up to Grand Prairie with Zone 1 with the Alberta Winter Games. It was an exciting 3-4 days with athletes from all over the province there, and specifically athletes that came in from Cypress County. We had a lot of success I think we had 6 or 7 athletes that came in from Cypress County specifically as a part of Zone 1. And I think we had 3 or 4 medals and 4th place finish. So we can be proud of the kids that represented us well up there.
Excellent. That's good. Any questions? Blaine's moving the reports. Vote. That's carried. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break before our delegation. Okay, everybody's back. I'll call the meeting back to order. All right, so we have our delegation for 11. We're only a couple minutes late, so that's not bad for us.
Well, thanks for coming up and introducing yourself, Dan.
Not a problem. The floor is yours.
My name is Aaron Bauer. It's a little bit about myself. I'm a kind of semi-retired petroleum engineer. I've worked downtown Calgary for close to 20 years, but I've also been actively engaged in farming for close to a decade now. Oh, is that better? Okay, sorry, I didn't realize I'd be right in front. So that's just a little bit about my background. And to my right, I have Milton Clout, who's on council with the RM of Enterprise, number 142. So I've been closely following, and this actually kind of predates this, but the Meridian Dam project, which goes back to probably the early 2000s. Some of you may be familiar with that, some may not be, but fairly large-scale project to potentially dam the South Saskatchewan River and irrigate quite a swath here in southern Alberta and Saskatchewan. But it's kind of a spin-off to that. The MD of Acadia Valley and special areas have been engaged in an irrigation project. They completed a feasibility study, the second one in 2019, and updated it in 2022. And I provided some links to that, so I'm not going to go into a ton of detail about that. But some interesting progress has been made here as of late. An announcement was made that the Canadian Investment Infrastructure Bank and Alberta government have allied with special areas and the MD to deploy about $7 million to do detailed design and some of the long lead time regulatory work for an irrigation project up there. Again, the material's all on their website, so I won't go into a ton of detail there, but I think the punchline is that project has the potential to irrigate over 100,000 acres and capital cost estimated at around $1.3 billion. The vast majority of those funds would be coming through the Canadian Infrastructure Bank and basically funded through low interest loans to farmers and the irrigation district. So I followed it fairly close. I think it's very, very interesting. I've had a discussion with Jordan Christensen at Special Areas just to chat a little bit about their history. And the interesting thing was that the Canadian Infrastructure Bank actually came to them. They basically have close to $5 billion allocated for infrastructure projects, several billion of that allocated towards irrigation, quite a bit, which is already going to be allocated in Alberta, and was still quite a bit left. So seems to be a very keen interest from the Canadian Infrastructure Bank to fund irrigation projects. And so with that information, I took a look at the area where I farm in and what a project might look like. And really what that looks like would be a water intake north and west of Schuler with a canal path that would take water down basically into McLaren Lake into Saskatchewan. It appears that I've done some calculations, it looks like it's technically feasible. It's about 600 feet of vertical lift. It's not actually too different than what Acadia Valley is proposing. Water appears to be available. The caveat being is it would have to come under a Saskatchewan water license. So I think we're all well aware that Alberta has a moratorium on water licenses in the South Saskatchewan River Basin. We're all aware of that. But if you want to irrigate in Saskatchewan out of the South Saskatchewan River, there's actually no limitation because they're not even close to using their full allocation of water. So this would be an interprovincial project. It would be a Saskatchewan water license. Some of that water absolutely would be used to service farmers in Cypress County, and then water would then flow on into McLaren Lake into Saskatchewan, maybe potentially further. I haven't really delved into like what exact canal paths and stuff would look like. That's kind of what the purpose of the next step would be about, and that's what I'm here to discuss more. So I don't think I need to go into a ton of detail about, how irrigation benefits, the tax base, the economy, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Cypress County has lots of it, so that we don't really need to go into a lot of discussion there. So I guess what I'm advocating for too is that we look at, if there is support for this project from Cypress County, that we maybe form some type of a working group, similar to what MD of Acadia Valley and Special Areas has done to kind of help move this, move this initiative forward. And as a quick aside, I mean, if we look at my memo dated December 5th, I have a Google Earth plot. It doesn't appear that well in the printed version, but maybe on your screen might show up a little better. But really, in a nutshell, it does show kind of an anticipated rough canal path and what that elevation profile looks like. The interesting thing about it from a technical standpoint is once you've pumped the water up onto the bench of the river, it's kind of a downhill natural flow for the rest of the way. So that actually really lends itself technically to an irrigation project, just because there wouldn't be a lot of lift stations and that type of thing required. So once you do the majority of your initial lift, gravity will kind of do the rest of it for you. I think another comment I'd like to make is, and we're probably also well aware of this as well, I think the days of damming rivers are probably behind us. If we look at projects like Site C in BC, fraught with controversy, budget overruns, very long time to complete. So it does appear, that most practically that pump-up type irrigation projects are probably the most practical. They do come with higher operating costs, but they do come with lower capital costs and a lot more certainty around completion. And because there isn't a lot of in-stream disturbance, I think from as long as the water right is available, there's not a lot of disturbance to the river basin. So I brought with me a proposal from WaterSmart. For those of you that are maybe not familiar with WaterSmart, they're kind of the go-to boutique firm that does this type of work out of Calgary. They are basically managing the project with Special Areas in Acadia Valley with their $7 million that they've recently been allocated. The Alberta government has also went to them to with kind of current drought conditions, help water right holders in southern Alberta, do some transfers of water rights to kind of help mitigate drought impacts that are expected here in this coming year. So I guess really what I want to point out when it comes to WaterSmart is I think the government looks very highly upon their expertise and their work that they do. So both the Alberta government and the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. So the proposal I have from them, I guess I'll start off with, it's called the Saskatchewan Irrigation Project. I've really coined it the Meridian Irrigation Project because this is an interprovincial project that would benefit both provinces. So, I've changed the name on the rest of my materials, but this was done back in January. So the proposal actually is almost identical to what they have done for their feasibility study with the MD of Acadia Valley and Special Areas. The only thing that is slightly different is there is some more work required on the governmental side to see if there's a pathway to some type of water sharing agreement between Saskatchewan and Alberta. So, they provided a breakdown of timeline and costs. It would be roughly about an 18-month project with a total estimated cost of around $500,000. Probably our most, pressing items would be tasks 1 through 3, which are project scoping, water availability, and the technical feasibility, which are actually fairly low at about $140,000 of the total. But I think the power of doing a study like this, as we've seen with Special Areas in Acadia Valley, is that A completed feasibility study, phase 1 feasibility study, would put this project in line for upwards of $5 to $10 million of funding from the Canadian Infrastructure Bank to do the next phase. And, potentially from there then, with very high likelihood, some pathway to fund and actually complete the project. I guess in closing, I've drafted a memo here dated February 14th, just kind of detailing what I've brought forward, and the request is a commitment of 50% of the costs for tasks 1 through 3, which is $70,000. It's only 14% of the total, and I'd really like to stress that it's contingent. It's absolutely contingent on matching funds from the RM of Enterprise and the remaining funds coming from the Alberta government, Saskatchewan government, and Canadian Infrastructure Bank. So, if our group is unable to close those funds, these funds that we've requested be allocated would not be deployed. And in the event that some impasse is reached in the study, for example, like we cannot come to any type of agreement with Saskatchewan over some water sharing, I mean, we would then cease work on the project, and the remaining funds would be returned. So, I guess in closing, it really just starts with a first step. I've been working pretty closely with the RM of Enterprise over the last couple months. There's a lot of support for the project, and I'm fully expecting that they will, at the next council meeting, that they will approve the ask that I'm going to make of them, which is exactly the same that I'm requesting here. And I guess in closing, I really want to leave as much time for questions as possible. So I breezed through this stuff pretty quickly. I hope I've provided an adequate overview, and the materials that I provided fill in the blanks. And from here, I'll turn it over to the floor.
No, everybody has their agenda, so they already read it all, so. Shane?
Yeah, I was just looking, maybe I missed it. How many acres do you figure would be able to be irrigated in Alberta?
It's difficult to say. That's going to be really kind of predicated around how the water rights allocation would work. In my vision, and it's just mine, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to this. It would probably be equally shared. So we'd be roughly, 30 to 50,000 acres in Alberta, and a very similar amount in Saskatchewan as well. This project also has a benefit. There's quite a few natural storage basins along the way that would be utilized to store water, which also increases like ecological and recreational values as well. Technically, it's very similar to what Acadia Valley and special areas are doing, in terms of acres and scope.
Robin?
Thank you. You mentioned about trenches, right? Having canals. A lot of the smeared canals here are going more into pipelines for just efficiency. You're not losing so much through evaporation. Is there a reason why you're thinking canal versus pipeline? And then beyond that, when you're talking about numbers like 100,000 potential acres of dry land conversion into irrigation, what is the estimated cost for the project? Because at 100,000 acres, if you're able to get $5,000 to $10,000 an acre buy-in from local producers and convert it, and converting from dry land to irrigation, it seems like that's something that could almost be, funded, because I'm assuming that you're creating a new irrigation district, basically, is what it's not a tag on to anything.
No, this would be a
Fresh.
greenfield irrigation type project. There'd probably be a separate district that's allocated in Saskatchewan and, and one in Alberta as well, or maybe it would be a group one. I actually don't know. I mean, that's more of the work that comes out of the feasibility study, and also, the work between, Cypress County and the RM of Enterprise. I mean, we're getting into probably some of the technical details that would be more answered in a feasibility study or, or a feed type study. But generally speaking, your main canals generally are lined canals. When you put water in pipes over long distance, the friction loss just means you have to put a bunch more pumps on it to move the water around. So, but from there, I mean, I'm fully supportive of the notion of in my vision, there would be a lot of pipelines run off of the main canal. It has a lot of advantages, minimizes disturbance, maximizes water usage, et cetera. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and then like with Enterprise and Cypress County, I would just be curious as to if we could have a map that would show kind of the potential area and how much of it is into the county and how much of it is outside of county, where the opportunity lies, as far as Cypress goes.
Absolutely. The next step with WaterSmart would be, like, this is more of a memo, but they would do a detail, like, they don't want to put a ton of work into it until they know they're actually going to get paid for some of the work. So, if I can source the capital for the feasibility study, I will absolutely come back to council with a detailed project scope, timeline, budget, deliverables, kind of approximate, area with potential. So, the exact potential areas it is difficult to ascertain, until you get some engineering work done. But at the end of the day, the sharing of the water and the costs have to be equitable. I would expect, if Saskatchewan is going to allow a water license apportionment out of the South Saskatchewan River of their apportionment, they would like something in return. And so what that is, I don't know. Would it be more acres, or would it be more in the Alberta, or sorry, Saskatchewan apportionment? Water will have to make it into Saskatchewan to supply irrigators there as well. So it'll have to be equitable. What that looks like exactly, I don't know. But that would be a mandate of the working group to find a pathway there.
Michelle?
Oh, sorry. Oh, excuse me. I just wanted to say thank you for coming. I've been hearing about this for many, 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 many years. And I'm just happy to see that there's finally some movement on it.
And I actually want to stress too, like, I don't even know personally with my farming operation if I would benefit or if I would not. I might, but I'm looking at a kind of a longer term vision. I mean, this project, is 10 to 15 years into the future before anyone would irrigate from it. My farming career will probably be over by then. But there's a whole, there's a whole another group, that's going to be coming in. And I think two things are going to happen. Either someone else is going to use the money and someone else will get the water. So I want to try and get in front of that, with this group. And I think the huge advantage is that we have a process that we can follow. Acadia Valley and special areas, like, we use the same expertise, we follow the same process, and we can catch up with them and, avoid some of the pitfalls that they've made that have either, taken extra time or extra money. So we can be a fast follower of a process that's already in place. I'm not a huge advocate of trying to do something completely from scratch, but when I seen where Acadia Valley and special areas are at, I'm like, wow, here's something we can follow and get behind and probably, with some success, get to where they are.
Richard?
One of the things I see where Alberta could profit is the fact that there would be numerous ranchers along the way that now would have access to water that could fill their dugouts, where before they always have to wait just for natural drainage. So yeah, we can look at the farmland, but we can also take a big look at having the water for the cattle. So.
Dustin?
I agree with you, Richard. That's actually one of the points I was going to make, that there's a lot more that comes out of this than just irrigated farmland. you look at all the alternatives as well, the domestic use for raw water, for animals, for households, for everything in that area, even supply for municipalities, it can be looked at many ways. Just doing some rough math, even if the number was only 15,000 acres in Alberta, that's 93 quarters. That's an exceptional amount of irrigation. Even if you look at the tax rate of that, yeah, in 7 years, that would pay back on the irrigation taxes over top of the dryland taxes on $70,000. So the potential is there, and it's quite an interesting concept to me. And, we're seeing more of these projects where they are doing vertical lift out of the rivers. And, if configuration, things like that for the pumping costs, it's a viable way to do things. And the benefits for the area is just enormous in comparison to what we see now. So, I love it, and I love seeing these projects. They're interesting to me.
Well, thanks for the feedback.
Blaine?
Yeah, the other two guys, especially like Richard and Dustin, definitely follow in lines what I was thinking too. And you answered, one of the main questions that I had is the availability of the water and the licensing. I mean, that's going to be key. And until you know that through the feasibility study, it's hard to move forward. So, I think, and like I said, same thing. I think it's a super project to be talking about and something that we need to maybe discuss and follow through with.
Yeah, I mean, I had been approached with a question that, well, let's get an answer on the water rights before we even move forward. That's a tough one from the perspective, like, if you called up the Saskatchewan Ministry of Ag today and said, hey, can we get a water license in Alberta to pump, bring up 100,000 acres worth of water? And the answer will be no, because that's what the legislation currently says today. But, I mean, when you come to them with, a feasibility study, that shows the economic and all the benefits that a project like this does for both provinces, and then a pathway to fund it through the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, I think that, then it's kind of like creating its own wind, if you will, right? And that will, will help drive the political means to, come to a solution on how the water allocation would work.
Keith?
Just a point of question for clarification. When you pump that water up out of the river, your plan then is to use natural storage along the way to build up a reserve, or is it depending on just McLaren Lake? Because I just know, like, you get to July and the river starts to go down, and you got Acadia Valley special areas pumping and you pumping, and how's that all going to affect the flow rate and the water that's going to go downstream?
In the case of Acadia Valley and special areas, their water intake will be on the Red Deer, so that's not affected. And in terms of the Saskatchewan side, I mean, under the apportionment agreement between Alberta and Saskatchewan, Saskatchewan is entitled to 50% of the natural flow. So regardless of what the conditions of the river are, that's the legislated amount that Alberta has to let through. So, I mean, average in-stream flow of the South Saskatchewan River is between 250 and 350 cubes per minute, or actually per second, sorry. And a project like this only requires about 5 or 6 cubic meters per second. So in terms of a withdrawal, even at a low time, we're talking like 3 or 5%. Obviously, it's an issue. I mean, we talk about drought and the issues that we're in now. I mean, I'm kind of looking forward 10 years. We don't know what that looks like. Will there be more moisture? Will there be less? But I mean, I guess the answer to your question is it's a combination of both. There's unlikely to be enough reservoir storage for the entire needs of the district to just pump up during flood conditions, so say during the spring runoff. But there is the advantage that there should be storage for some percentage. I mean, I'd be speculating, but maybe it's 10, maybe it's 20% or more, of natural reservoir storage, and then from there, the rest would have to be drawn in real time. I guess in terms of agricultural needs too, I mean, your irrigation season is kind of towards the end as you get into like early to mid-August. So, I mean, the key is having that moisture, that water availability early on, which kind of coincides with higher levels of river flow. But I mean, great question. I don't have, again, that's an answer that really comes out of the feasibility study. Although, another interesting attribute of a pump-up type project is if you have enough in-stream flow available in the fall, you can recharge your reservoirs for the following year, so you're not, reliant on what the snowpack and everything else does. So and I think that has a lot of advantages from, not only servicing the irrigators, but also the kind of the aquatic and the habitat aspects of it too. I mean, keeping high water levels in the reservoirs, and we'd have fishing in places you'd never have that before, recreational opportunities. Which actually kind of parlays into another thing. It's the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, I've told the economic, social, and all the different attributes. So, I mean, if a project has all those attributes and the rate of return on capital is essentially zero, it is still something that they would entertain funding. And I mean, the question was asked, at a certain metric per acre, would the irrigators be able to fund this? For the most part, the answer is yes. The difficulty is you go to farmers today and say, hey, like, give us $100 an acre for an irrigation project that's 15 years out, that has a low probability potentially of actually coming to fruition. I think the answer is going to be no. But so that's where, something like government and, all aspects of government and the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, kind of need to step into, to fill the void. But ultimately, I mean, this project will have a rate of return to it. It will repay the majority of the capital that's deployed. And I mean, when the project's built and someone has a canal running right next to their land, I mean, it's a pretty easy proposition then, for a potential irrigator to then, seek the financing or whatever he needs to, to upgrade his land and buy the equipment and buy his water rights and so forth. So, but that's kind of at the tail end of the project, right? So, to get it moving, I think it is a bit of a tough ask to go to people who might potentially be affected by it, because I don't even actually know who would be and who wouldn't be. I mean, I've sketched up a very brief outline of what this could look like, but what it actually looks like in the end, I don't know.
Lloyd?
Well, I'm just going to echo what the rest of the councilors said. We often say here in council that water is life, and this sounds like a very good project. I mean, Dustin just filled us in earlier about what's happening this year with our irrigation, and we're not going to get our quota. So I'm quite interested in it. I think it's a good project, and again, thanks for bringing it.
Steve?
Hey, thanks for the presentation, Aaron. Just a question, are you able to share special areas in Acadia Valley? How much, like, did they fund outside of the investment bank all the capital? Or like percentage share?
I actually don't have that information. What I've been led to believe by WaterSmart is that the feasibility study, the majority of that actually was funded by Acadia Valley and special areas. What the split is, I don't know. I would suspect special areas probably funded more. They probably have more availability of capital than, say, the MD does.
Okay. So it would be fair to say project or tasks 1 through 6 would be municipally funded for the most part, and then see where it goes from there. Is that?
Well, yeah, municipally funded. I mean, with a top up from the Alberta government, Saskatchewan government, and CIB. The advice I got from Jordan was to engage government early. So I think by having a commitment from the MD and the RM of Enterprise gives us great ammunition to then approach Ministry of Ag in Saskatchewan and Alberta to request some funding. And another interesting thing about the Canadian Infrastructure Bank is they have $500 million allocated for project accelerator funding, which is strictly geared towards things like this. The only requirement they have is that they don't fund 100% of these things. If you can get to around 50%, they're quite willing to look at funding the rest for you.
Okay. And then one more quick one. I think this would be a really interesting, it might be the first interprovincial, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but it might be the first interprovincial irrigation district. So that's kind of interesting. But actually, I think you answered my question. Thank you.
Anybody else have, Shane?
Just curious, looking at the map there, it sort of ends by Golden Prairie. So it just ends in a lake, or what? It's got end of system.
Yeah, that's probably as far as it potentially could go. Would that be where it would, that could be a later phase type thing. So what I've done is I've basically followed kind of a natural drainage path and then connected reservoirs which I know are capable of storing water. There's a lot of water can be stored in around McLaren Lake. There's probably several thousand acre feet could be stored there. And then, past that, where the end of system is, there's actually water that's currently stored in that reservoir through runoff that's actually used for irrigation currently. There's a farmer has a pivot there.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it seems like, you're going to need to store some amount of water so that you can bridge gaps, like if, your pumping system goes down or you have some shortage of water in the system for one reason or another. The natural reservoirs are what would be the best option for that.
Well, what I was getting at was, like with the SMERD and EID, the end use dumps back into a river.
Pardon me?
It dumps, the excess water dumps
Yeah.
back into the river. Here it just kind of dead ends at.
That's
Golden
correct.
Prairie.
I'd envision there wouldn't be any excess water.
Okay.
That we would use, because in the case of a pump up project, we have the option of adjusting flows in real time. And I know I have talked with someone at Smeared about what goes through the overflow into the, I forget what that little lake is called, but, ideally they don't want water going over that. That's just really a consequence of, where their ditches and all their weirs are set, and it's just not being taken up. But you try to want to actually avoid that, so.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Shane. Where does it go to? Any other questions? This is a great presentation. It's given us lots to think about and lots to... We're always looking for something to help with the water issues around, so. Richard?
So your ask is for Cypress County to contribute $70,000 towards this project, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Contingent on matching funding from the RM of Enterprise and the remaining funding coming from a combination of, Saskatchewan, Alberta governments and CIB.
So Milton has to do his job on the other end.
That's why he's here.
I'm supporting Aaron 100%. That's why I'm here.
I know you are.
It's a heck of a good idea.
Okay.
A wonderful idea.
I just wanted to make it simple for the rest of us that that's the ask. So when we do make a motion, we know exactly what it is. So, okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just timelines. So when would you require council to debate and consider?
I think there's lots of time available.
Because you're meeting the 21st, right? With the RM?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So would you
Ideally
like
before-
something prior?
Yeah, something before then
prior
would be
to
fine.
that?
And I still want to stress it's contingent, so,
Yep.
I mean,
Just so they know.
yeah.
Just so they know.
Again, it's one of those things, like, it starts somewhere with an allocation of a little bit of capital, and then our group will then be able to, I expect to leave on that. And actually, I think what's just as important too, and I've mentioned in the memo is with that is some type of response showing that there's interest in the project and, willingness to form some type of working group between the RM of Enterprise and Cypress County. I mean, the government always looks to that. They like to see, that cooperation, pre-existing.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Very
All right.
interesting.
Thank you for your time. If there's any other questions, you can just direct them through Leslie Ann, and I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks, Aaron.
It's up to council. Do you want to discuss it now? Thank you. Michelle, you asked?
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we fund this feasibility study because we all have so many questions and we fund a lot of studies anyway. So I think that this is just a good one and I would like to make a motion that we give them the $70,000 for the feasibility study.
Any comments on it? Dustin?
I would side on that. Any potential for irrigation potential within the municipality is of a great asset to both us and all of Canada for essentially looking at the GDP. And, if there is that kind of money out there through the Canadian Infrastructure Bank to do projects like this, $70,000 isn't a bunch to put out to try to get in on that. And I think the potential is huge, and that would completely change that area in both Alberta and Saskatchewan. And the potential is huge, and I'm all for it.
Okay, I got a bunch at once. Robin?
The questions I wouldn't mind having clarified is, who is the money going to? Is it an organization or is it a person? Is there an active working group? Do we have the ability to have somebody from our staff or council that could potentially sit on that working group? Yeah, well, he said it, but like, what's the structure, right? And so, although I think that the idea is good and I would likely support doing it, I think that it would be prudent for us to maybe ask some of those specific questions between now and our next meeting. It gives us time to get some of that clarification on the governance structure that they have and what that could look like and what the working group could be like and who would be involved. I think it's good. I just think that we need to make sure that we're funding more of an organization, a group, a society, versus a guy's idea, and just from making it official standpoint, right? So that would be my only ask.
Yeah, that's a good one. I agree with that, and they need to have we're committing to it, but as long as everybody else commits, so that the money doesn't sit there and nothing's being done. If the other ones don't. Yeah. Shane?
Yeah, no, I like this idea because we all know, as we sit here, as we have talked and heard years about the Meridian Dam going in, we know that'll never happen. It's with the way the environment and everybody is nowadays, but this idea of pumping it up and out makes a lot more sense. And we're getting who's to say we can't do it further down or further up too at times.
Blaine?
Well, I was going to agree with that too, but I was just going to add the same thing Robin said to Michelle's motion there, actually, was to put it contingent that we have started a working group together with them, and that would be, part of the motion.
I would be fine to add that to the motion as well.
You can see Tara Lynn, another working group. Hold on, Dustin first, and then.
So I just thinking maybe it might be the right procedure to postpone Michelle's motion until the first meeting in March, and then staff provide a letter of support towards the RM of Enterprise, and then with funding being contingent on the establishment of a working group.
Is that what you were going to say?
Yes, and to further that, so this is very similar to the stormwater group. However, we're talking about governance prior to with that group, governance came at the end, right? So there was all these things up in the air. So commonly what could occur is one of the municipalities would be the managing municipality for it. A governance model would be struck. So WaterSmart, that's the group that we're working with to do the governance model for the stormwater, for the regional Southern Alberta Stormwater Group. So they're familiar with that and looking at municipally controlled corporations and that sort of thing. So that's what I'd like to add, that probably what would happen is when if you're applying for grants or that sort of thing, in Alberta, how it works is that one municipality is the managing municipality, And then you further from there with a governance, with a government structure, governance structure. And also too, I would recommend if you wish to proceed doing tasks 1 to 3, that it is the funding that would come from the stabilization fund. Because that would have to be included in the motion as well.
Yep, makes, Michelle, or Robin, you had more to add, or did that cover it?
Yeah, no, that works. I was just going to make the friendly recommendation to defer this until the next meeting, so that we could do all this, so.
Michelle?
That is exactly what I was going to do, was withdraw the motion and wait for staff to bring back everything we need so it can be made properly.
Well, we need a motion for that.
Oh, do you? Okay.
So from a legislative standpoint, you can either postpone, defer, or you could withdraw and make a notice of motion, similar to what I did last meeting, which gives staff the opportunity to bring forward what we've discussed now, and then it's just on the agenda for a later date.
Well, whichever one works is the best. And okay, just bring it back then. To the first meeting in March, please, and thank you.
With the information that was just asked and discussed. Any questions on it?
So does that mean we're not going to tell them anything for 2 weeks? Okay. I thought,
When was their meeting with Enterprise?
yeah,
That was 21st of March? Okay, so that works out.
okay, yeah.
In his memo to you guys, it is the 21st of March is their, when they'll be presenting to the RM.
So it gives them lots of time. It gives us time. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, everybody's good? Knows what they're voting on? Vote? That's water. Okay, that's carried. All right, well, it's almost, is lunch here yet? Okay, we'll do a washroom break and a lunch break. It should be here pretty quick, and then we'll start up again after lunch. Okay. Back to order. We are at 10.1. Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So the notice of motion that I brought forward at the last meeting was a motion that Cypress County Council requests the Minister of Municipal Affairs conduct a municipal inspection to assess all aspects of the county's operations and governance and to identify any irregular or improper conduct by county council. So I just want to go and just go over a couple of the points within the RFD. First off, I want to point out in the RFD, and I understand that a lot of the language came from municipal affairs. There was a line that stuck out to me. It says that inspections are not conducted based on dissatisfaction with council decisions. And at first I was kind of taken aback by that because I want to be very, very clear that the decision to move forward with this motion has nothing to do with dissatisfaction. It has to do with the fact that there are concerns that I have within the municipality. And, not only that we as council act appropriately and that administration is acting appropriately in accordance with provincial legislation. There is issue and the concerns were raised, and that is specifically relating to irregular and improper governance. This is not about dissatisfaction. I want to be very clear with that. This is about ensuring that the taxpayers of Cypress County are receiving the good government that they deserve. Council should support this type of motion. Enhanced accountability and transparency is something that we should be striving for. Optimizing administrative performance and efficiency is something that is good. Mitigating risk and ensuring compliance is a positive thing. Benchmarking against best practices and governance for future and current council is a good thing. And it demonstrates that council is here for the taxpayer and not for ourselves. This is the level of transparency needed to rebuild public trust. I know that I've submitted emails to council in the past with regards to my concern of public trust being at risk at different times. And I think that this is a good opportunity for us to, make that, correct that and maybe mend some fences. We should not be fearful of what a report could uncover, but rather desirous for issues to be identified and rectified. I would urge, I know that there were a couple of different alternative motions that were listed, and I would urge council not to support those right now. The LCC has limited focus more on the administrative side of things, and I think that we really need to open up for the focus on some of council's operations as well. The other thing is that we want something that is going to be public and open and transparent, and the LCC does not give the same kind of openness to that. When it comes down to information shared within the corporate review, and the RFD is limited and does not go into the same scope as the other options that were developed. Moving on to the financial implications that were quoted in the RFD as being unknown, it came up to my attention this last weekend that some councillors had been advised that there would be potential costs to this investigation, and were given even potential number figures. I feel like this was being done in a way to attempt to dissuade council from supporting this, from moving forward. This is a further example of irregular governance that supports the need for a review like this, just to clarify what is or is not appropriate. However, in light of the targeted attempt to defeat this, I would like to defer my motion or withdraw it for the time being, as I think that there is more information that needs to come forward. And so what I am preparing to do is withdraw my motion and immediately tabling a new notice of motion for the same motion to be placed at the meeting following the RMA convention. In addition to that, I would like to utilize our procedural bylaw policy 7.4, which gives us the request for information. This information will be utilized within that conversation. 2 points. The first piece of information I'm requesting is a summary list itemizing year over year for all costs related to legal advice going back 10 years. The second piece of information is a year-over-year summary, not specific, summary of severance payouts going back 10 years.
Okay, any questions? Well, did you hand out a paper on what you just asked for, though?
No, I don't need to. It can be verbal, so it's the same notice of motion, just for the date following RMA.
Yeah, but you've added to it, right?
No, the notice of,
Those two.
the notice of motion will be separate. The request for information, I can provide that to the legislative supervisor. For the request for information, that's separate to the notice of motion. And then once the RFD is pulled together for that, I will make sure that we include that information as well as other information as background on previous reviews, specifically to take away some of the stigma of the negativity that could be. This is intended to be an invitation for the province to come down and help us to be better and understand what is proper and improper. And so I have, I look forward to a good conversation, but I want to make sure that we're all dealing with the same information at the same time.
Okay. You have a question?
Would severance not be under FOIP? How do we throw that out there to the public? That's not necessarily public information, is it? Because we're dealing with money?
Commonly, severance is not, because it is an employee issue, is not provided commonly, but I will have to take that back and bring forth a recommendation.
Yep, Robin.
My understanding from a severance perspective is that it would be provided, or I'm requesting that it be as a summarized amount, not as a specific, so that it is not able to be identified to, it can't be personal in nature, so as lump sum per year.
Okay, that motion is withdrawn then. Okay, we'll go on to 10.1.1, Terlyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is March meeting dates on page 107. The recommended motion that council cancel the March 19th, 2024 meeting with an option of the chairman calling a meeting if required, because it's the same time as RMA.
Dustin's moving that motion. Any questions? Vote. No, just if. Shane. Oh, you were too late. That's carried. Even though one guy was sleeping on the job there. 10.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Private dust abatement program, page 109. So the recommended motion that council accepts the private dust control report as information and directs administration accordingly.
Do you have any questions on it then?
What? You're going to leave it to me?
Yeah. You're the road guy.
Okay, I'll make the motion to report as information so we can discuss, because we need some discussion on this.
So through the chair to Public Works, question I had, when we originally took and did our plan for the upping of price year after year on dust control, what year was the end date on that? I didn't see it. Do we remember?
We still got 3 more years.
We have 3 more years of it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was in here.
It was? Okay, I might have missed it. So the question I would have for council then is that still an adequate number for any kind of cost recovery that we're charging? So would we've talked forever about this, whether, you know, the service that we provide continues to be the service we provide doing oil for dust control, or whether we take and look at other options like calcium, like what the county of 40 Mile does, for example. So I think the conversation we should have here is are we happy with the service we're providing? And if so, are we happy with the cost recovery? And if we're not happy with either one of those, we should come up with a different plan.
Shane?
That's why I brought it forward, because I mean, my opinion, and I get one, is that all new stuff, we should switch to calcium. I mean, it's hard to take this oil out and put it to calcium. But going forward, we won't get our cost recovery with oil. Oil's going up, it's being harder and harder to maintain. Other counties are using calcium, as you can see. We're pretty well the only ones left doing oil. Then it's easier, because it's cheaper, to do your cost recovery. I noticed in the report there, we are talking about subbing it out, but that would just be the truck applying it. It wouldn't be our grader and the water truck to moisten it. See, I've worked lots with this, and I've noticed, like even in the county of Newell, because I haul all my feed out of the county of Newell, is they even do their intersections with calcium, a lot of them, you know, especially the busy ones. There's no oil no more, they're using calcium chloride, and you just got better cost recovery, it's cheaper, because this oil is, very, like I said, very expensive. So I really think we should make a motion that all new dust abatements in front of farmhouses or wherever, that we should be switching to calcium chloride. And that way, and then we have to figure out a mechanism for cost recovery, which we all agree upon, but it's something that we got to start looking at. It's a start, I think.
Keith? And then
I have a question about, we have some dust control oil strips in the community of Jenner, and we have some very, very heavy truck traffic driving over 2 or 3 of them, and they are continually seeming to be a problem. And when we have, how does that work with a public road? You can't stop them, but that particular road isn't really in their road use agreement. They're using it as a shortcut. They're putting wear and tear on our dust strips. How do we handle that? Like, I know in the past we've probably just gone and fixed it, but I'm going, if we know the company that's, because I'm watching it, and I go, after a hot summer, they basically wore the trail into the middle of the dust control. And I'm going, somehow this don't seem right to me. You know, I'd like to see some cost recovered by the guys that wreck it. Because there's other strips that don't get that heavy truck traffic every day, and they're good for years and years. So, I don't know, I just want some feedback on it.
Michelle?
I was just going to say, how would you enforce that to be able to charge who wrecks it? Because they can say, well, I didn't wreck it, everybody else drives on there too. Like, how would you do that?
You go back to the road use agreement. I mean, if an oil company has a road use agreement to use a certain road, and they're using a different road, then I kind of go like, you're not following your end of the bargain here. And that's, I mean, I guess I kind of clued into that with the wind tower guys. I mean, they all have a road use agreement. And if that isn't part of their road use agreement on a normal basis, then I go, I mean, I don't know how you enforce it, but that's why I need, you know, I want to bring it up so we got some discussion on it.
Shane?
Just to clarify that, I wrote up done quite a few road use agreements in my past life. And if we didn't follow them, we were shut down. It was right there. And I know some counties up north with their gravel pits, Sturgeon County and that, if them gravel trucks go off their assigned haul route, they have the right to shut down that gravel pit. We were told if our trucks go off our road use, with the ones we've identified that we're using, they're gonna come and shut us down. Once you shut down, I mean, then you're shutting your whole operation, it's costly. So you followed it and you maintained the road, and that was our agreement.
Dustin and then Robin. No, he was up. 4 hands back.
Yeah, we've been doing some leapfrogging here, that's fine. A question through the Chair for Public Works. Would there be any change in what we use for current equipment to apply calcium instead of the oil that we're doing now?
Through the chair, typically grader's used, a set of wobblies is used, and a water truck. And that's typically the formula, as well as the applicator, the contracted out applicator for that. Typically that list and the number of roads are usually tendered out a certain time of year for that program, but that's usually the spread that's required for calcium.
So that's a very similar fleet of equipment to what we're currently using then?
Through the chair, I would almost cut that in half. We don't use the reclaimer. We wouldn't use the reclaimer in that sense, and the additional grader. We use multiple graders for the oil to be ripped up, so it is less of a cost there.
Okay. Then I guess through the chair, leading a question up to that again, would that reclaimer still be an asset that we would have to retain? I would suppose, because we still have lots of oiled road within the municipalities, but the wear and tear on that should be half, essentially, if we're not doing as many oil patches, correct?
Through the chair, as far as the oil, possibly cut down, it could be focused elsewhere for shoulder pulls and utilized that way, and firming up the subgrade on different projects, so that could be used, but hope that helps.
You good? Okay. Robin?
No, it's okay. No worries. I think we're having two conversations. One of them is about wear and tear and how do we maintain and protect our roads, right, and protect our infrastructure. I think that road use agreements is one of those, but then we also have the fact that we have taxpayers and ratepayers that are utilizing our roads that don't abide by or have road use agreements in place. And so I think that we need to do our diligence and be strong on if our roads are being abused and misused by overweighted equipment, that maybe we consider road bans or lowering the speed limits or whatever to incentivize. I'm thinking specifically, Dustin, over by your area with 65. If we've got guys that are coming through and blowing out roads with overweighted stuff, maybe we ban roads or whatever. I'm not going to point out a specific ratepayer or business, but I know that we've had conversations before about what happens if the roads are getting blown out. Well, we do need to be prepared to enforce some of that stuff. The way that I view the dust abatement is kind of like in medieval times you had plate armor and it was a 1/2 inch thick and it was heavy, and now you have Kevlar. I view this calcium as kind of the newer kind of Kevlar version, where it doesn't have to be that big, meaty, beefy. And what I really like about it is that you can run the gravel or the grader down that road. You're not having to worry about catching a lip. You're going all the way down. Even the stuff that has the calcium on it, you're still able to run the grader and do your maintenance in a positive way. So, Shane, I'm with you on that. I think that we kind of need to start moving forward with that calcium-based mitigation and abatement, and and if we have I would actually go as far as saying that if we have damage being done to the oil, that when that is repaired, that we remove it and replace it with the calcium. Start phasing them out.
Blaine?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, the same thing as you there, Robin. I guess my other question was, I know staff has a transition plan, so we talking about after the phasing out of the increases in our yearly payments or whatever, like that 450, 475 or whatever, that's when we're thinking about going to this then, or are we talking about it earlier? And further to Robin's thought there too, as far as road use agreements and stuff is going to be tough to try to do. I mean, it's okay with companies, gravel companies, this kind of thing, but when you got farmers that are, driving by with B trains and stuff like that, maybe it was fine, like it said in the report, with 3 tons, but now with the bigger equipment, this oil-based product is not standing up. And I think we do have to make some kind of a decision on where we go to next and what the cost recovery, like Dustin said, is going to look like.
I think Dustin said it right at the very beginning when he says, are we happy with the service or what do we want to do? We're happy with the service of giving out dust control. We're not happy with what it costs us, so we have to come up with a different way to make that happen. So, Dustin, you had another.
Yeah, I know I've seen this number before, but if someone could refresh me maybe, what was our cost per year on doing maintenance on dust control?
77 is in there.
Yeah, but our total cost, not per strip.
Through the chair, it's broken out into country, residential, or multi-lot, so they're taxed a bit differently, and then the farm ones too, but it works out to be, if my memory serves me correctly, about 200,000 for country residential multi-lot, and then about 330,000 for farm dust patches, so a total of approximately, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong with that, but a total around 600 in there, 500 to 600.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, and I was pretty sure that's what it was, but I just didn't want to make comment before I did it, or heard it. So my opinion is, and because we're all allowed to have one, right, Shane? I agree with Shane's idea of moving forward doing calcium for dust control patches, where my end goal would be is for these country residentials. I still agree with the oiled surface in there, just for they don't get the heavy traffic in them that's going to destroy them on a repetitive basis, like what we're seeing on these main roads. But for all future and then replacement of the ones on the farm ones, we'll call them, I think that's where we should be going to the calcium.
Shane?
And I agree with Dustin. We got a concentrated truck haul is what wrecks the road. It's not the 1 or 2 B trains going by in a day. It's not that. It's your concentrated truck haul. I have blown up the Trans-Canada Highway with a concentrated truck haul. Created soft spots and the pavement started bubbling. So, and like Dustin said, in these tighter areas, stick with oil. But the new dust patches out in the open, I think we got to start switching and start looking down the road. But the biggest part, I feel, once we start switching, is our cost recovery. How are we going to look at that?
Yeah, Robin?
Through the chair, I guess a question for staff is, when it comes down to, there's dust mitigation, and then when we have our multi-parcel subdivisions, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think those are usually done through local improvement bylaws. I'm aware of 2 or 3 where they're the ones that are actually, they're still covering the cost, it's just over time. So I just want to clarify the difference between dust mitigation and suppression and what these multi-parcel developments have, just so that we're not confusing them and lumping them in together. Because I agree with you completely that, when you have a multi-parcel area, that having an oiled road going through it makes sense, but either that is put in by the developer at the time because of development requirements, or the ratepayers come together and do that local improvement bylaw. And I think that that's more of a development trigger than it is a dust mitigation. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. So
Well, if I remember correctly, when that was put in, it was due to dust. That's why it was put in. So it is a dust mitigation. But you're right, the developer paid for it, and now we maintain it. Once we took that subdivision over, it's our problem to maintain that road, so. Yeah,
down in, I think it's Green Valley Estates, just off the Black and White, they're like, they have it, their local improvement is every year, and that covers maintenance as well. And so I'm just kind of curious, and maybe that's if we've taken it over as a part of our road network, but if it's a local improvement, I believe that in many cases it's set up where it's an annual fee. It's not like they pay it off and they're good. It's just an annual fee that is for the installation of it and then the ongoing maintenance. And if I'm wrong, I just need to be clarified on that.
Kim?
Yeah, through the chair. So our new developments, we require them to be hard surface. So they're asphalt. And then, but through the years, we had different stages. So for example, the Cavan Lake subdivision, we allowed them to be oiled. So they actually pay an oil special tax. And different subdivisions, depend upon when they were approved, have different, it's a special, we define it as a special tax for the oil abatement program.
And that's at $425 a year.
That's correct. And so certain subdivisions have different, for example, the Van Marion subdivision, they paid for it all up front on the oil program. And so then they don't have to pay for it again. So some people paid on a yearly basis, some of them paid up front, and then we changed because we knew the impact of oil. So we've changed it now that we required hard surfacing. Being said, we've talked about that at ICF, and we haven't had a multi-lot subdivision in 10 years in Cypress County because of those requirements and changes and implied costs.
Yeah. Dustin?
So I guess that beat that horn to death, but moving forward, so it kind of sounds to me like everyone's in agreement that we should be switching over to a calcium product for anything new. And the other question that comes up is our getting our cost on return of doing it. So in the next 3 years, we should be at $525 a year. And if you look towards other municipalities that do calcium, that would put us pretty much below any of them. County of Newell being the closest at pretty much $600. So I guess the question I would ask is, are we happy with leaving it at that, or do we want to change that today? If we're going to take and make a motion to change to calcium, should we be upping that rate a bit more a year to bring us into that bracket we want to be in?
Okay, I've got Michelle and then Richard.
I just have a question. You had said that it was about roughly $600,000 a year for oil. Oh, through the chair, sorry. How much would it be for the calcium product for the same amount?
Ooh, that's an
Through the chair, I worked out in the document there a scenario that if we were to use calcium at and utilizing our equipment at full cost recovery, it'd be about $2,500 for full cost recovery with our equipment and the product. Applying a 1/3 ratio scenario that I put in there, it was about $750 that would be required up front, and then the county would cover the remaining as a subsidy for that application. So I hope that answers your question. So $2,500 is the actual cost, and a partial recovery scenario for a 3-to-1 ratio would be $750 for the product, and the equipment would be our cost to work that gravel down.
Okay, Richard?
I don't need an answer on this, but I just want to throw it out that on that short piece of road that I live on, we get 6 acreages and 1 farmer. We pay considerably more than most people do as acreage owners. I pay $7,300 a year. I'll just knock that down to 7 because there's some other, what is that old folks home that you belong to, Dan? Yeah, so I'm going with 7. I knock it down to 3,500. So I think I am paying more than just that 600 or whatever we are now. And I mean, I'm okay with that going up because cost of oil goes up. But don't forget that we are paying a pretty good dollar there. And then we have the one farmer. I think he's probably contributing about the same. But I'm good with what Shane had suggested. Let's look at the new ones. Let's not worry about the oil. But for the people that do have oil, let's do the numbers on it and let's not be in a hurry to take it away. Okay.
I think yours is a little different because you're such a tight area there. So there's a few things that'll probably be looked at.
Right.
And I guess that's what I was going to say as well. You know, I look, and Richards is a really good example of where there's confined housing and there's a major business that operates on those roadways. So that to me would be kind of a different acceptation sort of thing to what this policy would even cover, just because of the sheer amount of traffic and the kind of traffic it is and where. So, you know, there's always going to be some one-offs that we have to look at. But, you know, in general, I think what Shane's talking about is it's covering off what we're looking for.
Okay, so Shane, you had a motion of just receive for information. Do you want to change that to what we've discussed here and put something on? We got to get moving here. We had a 1 o'clock delegation. So.
Yeah, I was just going to bring some cheese for Richard's wine and.
Have to remind you.
Yeah, oh.
Too far to go, because you're considered A1, aren't you, Richard?
But we're not, and Ken, through the chair to Ken, I mean, and he knows too, you just can't take your oil and rip it up and add calcium because it's going to flow off. It's going to repel really bad. It's these ones that are oiled now, like in Richard's areas and that, can stay. But all of a sudden you get one out in the far yonder that's just an oil piece. Well, that we can maybe look at because it's just way out there and start changing it. But in these confined areas, no, that's different. And then the new areas, new people applying, we'd have to look at. But I think we got to start changing that. It's just not oil.
So we need a motion then. Go ahead, Tarlin.
So, Mr. Chairman, so also 2 parameters as well of traffic counts are utilized as well. So we have those provisions in place. What I would recommend is that administration, we have some guidance on council is seeking to phase out oil abatement in the future and to look at a calcium or similar product. So what we can do is we can bring back some firmer scheduling numbers, implementation, also to when it applies, when someone would pay out of themselves, or if it was part of our program because of traffic.
There we go. Did you get all that written down there, Les?
I did. I think we'll go with the alternative motion, recommendation number 1.
Council direct administration and bring back additional information and scenarios. Chosen with the council. Okay, perfect. Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. All right, we'll take a 2-minute break. Let our delegation get set up. Anybody? 5-minute break.
5 minutes?
Somebody needs fresh air. Hurry up there, old timer. Way to go, Leslie, and give the slowest guy here the pens to hand out.
I have two of these. Somebody else need one or what?
He's fallen asleep, so.
Oh.
Boy, we complimentary today.
10.3, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agricultural Land Resource Atlas is on page 132. The recommended motion that council accepts the Cypress County Agricultural Land Resource Atlas as information. Due to a previous motion, this information has come forth for council to consider. The information on the atlas is utilizing the 1984 Farmland Manual, utilizing digitalized fields for assessment purposes. So there's questions about renewable energy projects and that sort of thing, about agricultural lands. So in the back, there you guys have the little maps, but in the back there's larger maps. And if you would like larger maps, we can print them off at any time.
Okay, thank you. Robin?
I guess to begin conversation, I'll make the motion to approve for information or to accept, but the question that I've got is, both these are awesome, and Steve, I'm thinking that when it comes down to being a geek with numbers and spreadsheets, this is like the pictorial version of the realization of all those dreams. It's awesome. I'm a little bit confused in the sense that the one seems to exclude the lease areas and then has the renewable on it, and then the other one has everything. To me, it's just a little bit confusing, and I'm wondering if we're receiving this and approving it for information, if we shouldn't just change the title on the top of the one to be a little bit clearer on what the difference is, because it's super great, but that was just a little bit confusing to me.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, no, it's a good point. We can update that. And so the two maps, you'll see one is kind of holistic, shows all the property. The one with the grayed out area just is kind of for the green energy projects to add a little bit of information to it. Green energy projects wouldn't be available on the grayed out areas, as that's crown land. So you can see the vast amount of crown land we have. And then you can see a hatching throughout, and those are where existing projects happen to be from the green energy. But note taken, so we can amend that with, would you accept something to the effect of agricultural land resource atlas? It has a little star beside it, but perhaps exclusions?
Yeah, perhaps. I think that, the reference that it's for, it has the areas that are acceptable for that. If that's what it's there for, then it might be, green energy or something like that, atlas. I look at this and it also, my first thought, and when I was talking with Michelle, looking at it, is it also really shows where prime opportunity for future irrigation could be. And I think that fits in almost as much with the green energy conversation as it does protecting farm and ag land conversation, because, if I'm approaching this from a renewables perspective and I look at this, I might be going, oh wow, look at all the opportunity. If I'm a guy that's looking at irrigation potential and, projects and stuff, I'm looking at it going, wow, look at all the opportunity. But if you have both of them looking at it the same, that brings in that conflicting land use conversation again, where if you have solar panels and wind turbines spread all over arable land that's prime for but absent of water currently, and now all of a sudden we have potential projects that could fit that, maybe we just need to have a conversation about the right places and what's acceptable or how we want to see that on a planning and development side.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I have a motion on the floor to receive for information, so. Oh, you are amending it?
Just the title.
All right. You good with that? All right, we'll vote. That's carried. Always one red one up there. 10.4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Desert Bloom Playground Equipment, it's on page 136. The recommended motion that Council direct administration that the Desert Bloom Playground upgrade requests be included in the 2024 recreation grant requests. So on page 34 to follow, there is subsequent information with a alternative motion on page 138.
Richard?
I'd like to make that a motion, and mainly so I can address it. I'm going to make it the motion that we accept the alternative number 1, that council direct administration to add the Desert Bloom Community Association grant request to the 2024 capital budget, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. First of all, I think I should have put a background or a cover letter together when I put this in for the Desert Bloom ratepayers, and I didn't, so my apologies. And now you're going to have to listen to me for a few minutes anyway. So just to make clear, we're looking for an enhancement of the playground equipment. An upgrade means to me that the equipment that is there now needs replacing. It actually doesn't, but some of it in the first phase is from what was put in the first phase, and it's pretty old, but there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, if the equipment was in bad shape, our safety person would be asking for this work, not me. I'm also asking the sole source with Blue Imp, because they have manufacturing facilities in our neighborhood, our neighboring municipality, spit it out, Richard, that probably employs some of our ratepayers. Also, the residents of Desert Bloom that are working on this enhancement have made numerous visits to Blue Imp's office. Face-to-face is still the best, and this is one of the ways that I think we can support local economic development. So a little more history. These enhancements are the same as what we did in Dunmore. We took a park and cleaned out the area where the playground equipment was. Some was removed or moved around, and then we added more to it. Now Suffield was different. We didn't do an enhancement. We gutted what was there because there wasn't anything that really met today's standards, and we started over, okay? So the cap reserve fund was pretty small at that time, so for those 2 projects, so Councillor Alf Belly and I put in a lot of days at these 2 playgrounds to keep the costs down. We couldn't have done what we had done without Tara Lynn stepping up and saying, yes, we will make this work. Every time Alf and I needed something, we'd phone Leslie Ann, and she got what we needed, whether it was a garbage container or switching around or the people in the know. And anyway, Alf and I got the playground part done. And then, well, we had a lot of help, but I really want to thank Kim. Kim, your vision went farther than we were just going to do the playground, okay? And when you got done, the parks were done in both of them. We had sprinklers. There was green grass. It was unbelievable. So for the awesome park that we got there, it was because you took it to the next step, and I do appreciate that. And Turlin, I appreciate you letting those guys do that because it cost money and it took time, right? But so where am I going with this? Okay, well, I want money. I want $100,000, and I want to tell you that up until this time, we've done a heck of a job of putting in a lot of hours, and the volunteer equipment. I mean, county might have parked something over the night over there, and I used it a couple of times after I did my safety course. Anyway, here it goes. Alf is gone. I have slowed down, and that's the reason this project costs so much. I don't want to keep going to people for donations. Arts Excavating, I've used them almost in every playground that I've done, and they donated quite a bit again down at the Urban Resource Center playground. So I don't want to go around anymore. I feel that we have 900,000 in that account, thanks to Shane talking us into that a few years ago. Before that, what we actually did was we took in lieu of funds when we first started doing playgrounds. The first one we did was 7 persons. We stuck 50 grand into there. Next one was Irvin come along. We stuck 50 grand into there and had a ton of volunteers in both projects. So I'm just, like I said, I'm slowed down and I don't want to do another project. This is 2 different ones. It's one on each end. And I think it'll be good for Desert Bloom. They got more young people moving in there. The old people, when they take their grandchildren over there, they need that too. So that's it.
Blaine?
No, I like the idea. I think it's a good idea. And I was just curious, so how does this align with like Sandy Point? I know we just did a project out there. Just was wondering how this aligns with that.
So Sandy Point was paid out of cap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Came out the same.
Sandy Point was 150. No, but then we had, so the equipment was 100. Oh, and then the Irvin's base was a 60. So yeah, so we had to redo the base there. So at the end, it was 110. It was 110. It came out of cap, and it was there was no the community didn't apply for an application. Grant app.
I'm totally in support of this. My only question is that because don't we have a policy that says anything over $75,000 has to be sourced or, tendered? That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
That's why he's asking for a sole source.
But, that's what I was asking. Okay.
Robin?
I like the idea of enhancing stuff, but I don't like the idea of taking on all of the expense. Like, it is good to have the community have some skin in the game, whether that's doing fundraisers or community events or the, Ratepayers Association. Like with Sandy Point, it's a park that we own, so it falls under recreation. We're doing it that way. With Desert Bloom, it's a development that was built by a developer that is now, yes, we've absorbed taking it on, but there's still a homeowners association that's a part of it. And there was a conversation a couple years ago or a year ago that I had with a couple people out there about putting in tennis courts, and so are we going to go and pay for the parks and then tennis courts and all these other things without involving them on kind of what the rec direction and strategy for that area is? Because, if we put in 105 grand or 110,000 for 2 parks right now are we all of a sudden limited on what else we could do? I like the idea of involving the community, helping them to raise. I would support funding 50% of it in a heartbeat, and encouraging them to raise some and get some community buy-in that way. I also, as much as I understand that Blue Imp is local, so we have purchasing policies for a reason, and we had local residents who had previously been doing jobs in the county that lost their contracts because of our purchasing policies. So just the fact that they're in the community doesn't necessarily mean that we should be abandoning the purchasing policy that makes it fair for anybody. What if there was another business that was in Medicine Hat that also made equipment that could potentially, we can spec a certain kind, a certain standard, and if they're the only ones that can deliver it, that's fine. But to say that we're only going to get one price in from somebody is not necessarily us being responsible either.
Shane?
So, back me up here a bit. Did Dunmore, when we did the Dunmore playground, did they put up half the money? Did they sole source? They did some fundraising for it? They did. Suffield? They did.
Everybody's sole sourced. Both those places.
Yeah.
But they did some fundraising themselves for it?
Yeah, the associations did.
Yeah. They've already done that up there.
Did they?
Yeah, I can add to it.
Okay, add to it.
So what you've got in, if it's been a while since anybody's driven over there, there's 4 phases, right? And they're stretched out a big time. So the phase that's just before you turn into the golf course, they did that. They did exactly what you asked, Robin. They went out and they raised funds and they got some matching grant funds, and that's what they built, okay? But they got 4. We're talking these other communities, they get 1, right? It's just a whole different setup. And as far as sole source, or like because it's over that amount, I could have brought 2 asks. I could have asked for 1 this month, and I could ask next month that we do the other end of the park. But I just brought it together because they're going to get a better price using that same contractor that's going to go in and excavate, that's going to do the welding, that's going to do all that stuff. So by putting it all in one, and you've done that probably more than once where you said, look, I can do the whole thing or I can split it up. So that's the reason. But Desert Bloom has done their work before, okay? They have been there as a community association to raise the funds. But this is one big long stretch of 4 phases.
Any other questions? Okay, so what is my motion as? Yeah.
Deputy Reboster made the motion that council direct administration to add the Desert Bloom Community Association grant request to the 24 capital budget and sole source the purchase to Blue Imp with a project budget of $149,108 with the funds coming from the community aggregate program.
Okay, any questions?
Sorry, I got another one. If that's okay, am I
Yeah.
too late?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Not being a playground expert, isn't Blue Imp the only one that does this in the hat? Like
In the area, yeah.
in the area? I'm just, or do we have someone else we can go to?
Not in the area.
Okay.
Robin?
Yeah, like it actually shouldn't matter whether there's somebody else in the area or not, technically, from a purchasing standpoint. Like when it comes down to tendering, you're supposed to tender it out. It is, and I have to deal with this all the time, and tendering can be a pain in my butt. I know Shane's had to do it with road building as well, and it's really nice to get your product spec'd, but usually what happens is they spec what you want, and then there's only so many people that can actually bid on it because there may not be, like maybe there's only one in the area. But what if there was somebody that was, that's why we have the purchasing policy, is to put it out there. And our goal should be to be responsible with our finances as much as we can. And if we have a certain standard or expectation, we just make sure that the tender documents detail very clearly what we're looking for. And if it means that only one company is capable of bidding on it, then we are approving the sole source after the tendering where only one person put their price in. Not to say that we're going to go directly to somebody and buy from them, because that's saying to them, just give us your price and we're going to go with you because you're local. That's not responsible purchasing either. So usually my experience has been is that sole sources are approved after the tendering process when you only get one price. And so from that perspective, that's all I can think of.
Go ahead.
So Richard, is there a rush for this, or can we do something like that? Just send it out?
Well, the last ones we sent out, this is why we went with Blue Imp. Yeah.
You have to, like, a playground is different than building a road, putting up a fence, Robin. It is just different. So the locals go and the people that want these, just like we did in Irvine, they sit down with Blue Imp and say, okay, here's what we think we need. Give us some prices on it. And tell us what we can do here, where we can save, what we can build in that area because of the crash, I call it the crash zone, it's a drop zone and stuff like, and not that the other people wouldn't do it. This is a hand-on experience that we can work with these people and know that we're coming up with something that is going to work without going back and forth and dealing with a company that might show up once, where these people are on the job all the time. When we did the one down in Irvin, they were there every 2 or 3 days to make sure what was going in was done properly and everything else. And I realize that you're pushing this, you want it wide out in the open and stuff, and I think I am doing that. It's just that I believe there's a time for sole source. And I mean, I could bring this back and we can do one at a time and keep it under that number, and I'll still suggest Blue Imp. But is that really going to matter? What do you think our ratepayers want us to do? Work with the people on this type of job, work with the people that are here, that have the knowledge, that meet all the government federal requirements that is necessary out there, right? And if that's wrong, well.
Okay, I have a motion on the table, or on the floor.
No, that was just I didn't ask you a question. That was a comment. That was just a comment.
Robin, answer your question.
You asked if it was wrong, and the reality is that you were a part of the group that we pushed for the tendering process and the purchasing procedures when we first got elected 6-7 years ago. And if it's about federal and provincial regulations and safety, then you build that into your platform. Otherwise, it looks like you're picking and choosing who we're employing and spending money with. And that is not what we're supposed to be doing. And if it's a matter of them going out and picking everything, then have them run the project, not the county, and ask us for money. We can give them the money, and they can go and do whatever they want. But if it's going through our purchasing policy, and you're saying that we are the ones that are sole sourcing it, that's not good optics from the county's perspective. So if they have it and they want to run it, and they're asking for donations, and they're fundraising the other half, and we're just contributing to it, they can go and do whatever they want. But if we're paying for the whole thing, it's being run through the county, we're tendering it out or not tendering it and sole sourcing it, I do see that as avoiding a policy and a procedure that we've created to have a fair and equitable purchasing policy that allows anybody the opportunity to bid so that we can get the best prices that we can, while also expecting the best quality and the best standards to be met, which we can build into that policy. I love Blue Imp. I am not trying to talk them out of business, but there's a reason why we put this in the first place, and I don't think that we should be walking away from that.
Okay, anybody else have anything? There's a motion on the floor. I'm not seeing any other questions. You want to read the motion again, please, Leslie Ann?
The council direct administration to add the Desert Bloom Community Association grant request to the 2024 capital grant budget and sole source the purchase to Blue Imp with a project budget of $149,108, with the funds coming from the community aggregate program.
Okay, everybody's heard it. Vote. That's lost. 10.5, Terlin.
I'm perfectly fine with making this motion again, but removing the sole source. I'm fine with funding it. I just think that sole source shouldn't be in there. If we tender it out, I'm perfectly fine with it.
There's, that's your motion?
Yeah, I'm fine with the full funding on it. We've got the money in our cap levy to do things like that, and it's perfect use for it in my mind. So I'm perfectly fine with funding it, but I think we should follow our tendering procedure to do it. That's my only reason I voted against it.
What's that?
So the price is public. We're in a wide open meeting. So somebody could bid $1 less and they got the job. I'm just saying, if we put this out,
Already put out there.
it's already, the public knows what Blue Imp's price is.
Yeah.
Okay, so if somebody's $1 cheaper, they got it.
That's not fair, though. But,
They can, They can rebid. Yeah, they can, in my opinion, they can rebid. And if there's the same number, whether it's a different number, that's irrelevant to me. But in my opinion, it should go out, and I'm not writing this, so however it's written, if it's written that they're the only ones that can fill it, well, I guess that is, but it should still go out for tender. Because that is the whole tendering process, and I know we've done it in other retrospects when we're tendering fire equipment, for example. We'll put certain specs in there that only certain manufacturers can meet because we want those certain ones to make a bid for us. That's done all the time in the tendering process, so I'm perfectly fine with it.
You got something to say?
Well, I kind of do, I guess. So along with that.
Holding your hand up and down, I didn't know.
So with that, within the tendering process, is there anything in there where it is involved the service end of it? Because, like, same thing, I wouldn't want to get somebody that's going to walk away and not fix stuff that's broke.
Mr. Chairman, would you like the policy put up on the screen? It is, I guess. So there's provisions, if you go towards the end of and it talks about, there you go. So there would be certain specs on what kind of, work with a community association to see what kind of equipment they'd want. There might be certain equipment, and I don't know, I'm just, that only perhaps Blue Imp has, or whomever, like, or another one has. So then that's when it has, it's a specialty item too, it's a little different, just like as you're mentioning. So administratively, we can work with the community association easily to get something that is appropriate.
Go ahead.
So it's not uncommon to have a tender where in a situation like this, you could actually have the Blue Imp design that the community association likes, and it can say as described or approved alternate, which allows groups that want to tender on it or bid on it to submit, here's what we'd like to do, here's the quality, we meet all the standards and specifications. If they don't, they're not permitted to tender on it. And so, like, this is not a complicated thing that is outside of the parameters of what is tendered all the time. And it's transparent, it's clear, and this is just the way that we should be tendering anything that goes out.
Any other questions on it? Do you have a, no, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm still wondered on how it's going to get figured out, because Blue Imp has broke down everything they're doing. So I still struggle with is that going to be a fair tender? Or how is that going to be fair to them when you've got everything itemized, how they're going to do it? I understand. I just need somebody to explain it to me, how we are going to be fair to Blue Imp. Because they went ahead and put this out under good faith.
Well, they did because they've done ones with us before, so. But the motion on the floor is, what's your motion?
Yeah, exact same as the alternative motion, but remove the sole source.
Okay. Any more questions?
And we'll round the budget up to $150,000.
Okay. Vote. It's carried. The heck am I on now? Need some glasses. 10.5, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A Regional Economic Development Strategy Workshop. Page 158, that council authorizes councillor attendance at the Regional Economic Development Strategy Workshop on March 7th. On page 159 is the itinerary for the day. And so this is to authorize attendance for that workshop. There's been preliminary, there's a preliminary workshop, and then this is to further that, that project.
Michelle?
I'll make the motion to authorize attendance at the Regional Economic Development Strategy Workshop on March 7th.
Any questions? Vote? That's carried. Okay, 10.6 is mine. With what's come out in the media and stuff lately, I just wanted to bring it forward to see if council wanted to look at our procedure bylaw to see if they want to change the time on when you get your report or when you get your request in. Do you guys want to make it longer so you have more time to read your agenda? Or do you want to leave it where it's at? Or what? I just brought it up for discussion. So the way it is right now, you get it in by Wednesday, by Friday it's published, by Tuesday that's when the council meeting is. Do you feel you have enough time to read your agenda? Or do you want to add it on for a longer period of time? You can bring it up the week before, that's fine. Robin?
I'm just looking for clarification. Does this have to do with the notice of motion and utilizing that, or?
No, it's our procedure bylaw and
Yeah.
what comes forward.
Okay, but you said that in the media, so I'm just kind
I've
of,
heard things going on in the media and stuff, so I just thought, well, I should bring it forward. And is this what you guys want? Do you need more time? Do you feel you need more time to read your agenda?
No?
That's what I've been asked, so
Okay.
that's the only reason I brought it up. If nobody wants it, I'm good with it, but I'm just bringing it forward. Shane?
I'm good with it. I mean, I know at times we get clarification of, I missed something. But no, I'm good with the way it is. Friday, I mean, that gives you all weekend and gives you Monday, and I'm all good.
Okay. No. That's the only reason I brought it forward. Robin?
Yeah, the one thing I've enjoyed, I've spent a lot of time going through the procedural bylaw lately, and the last two meetings I've talked a little bit about notices of motion. And what I like about it is that a lot of municipalities utilize notice of motions anytime that you're in a meeting and you're talking about something that's going to come up, because it gives a little bit more notice, heads up. There's not so much kind of last minute. The one thing that I have oftentimes found frustrating with the way that we add it to the agenda on the Wednesday, and then we have a conversation about it the following week, but we make a decision all right away on that day. And oftentimes we're learning about it as we're making our decision, as we're having the conversation, and it doesn't give us the opportunity to field conversations with our ratepayers and to gauge all of that. And then by the time that you've had the conversation and it's done, now it's a decision of council and there's no further discussion after that. I like what our procedural bylaw allows us to do, and this whole notice of motion thing, I actually hope that we do more of it as a council, because it allows us to have dialogue and debate far enough ahead of time that we can actually involve our ratepayers in some of the things that are coming up as well. So I'm quite happy with the procedural bylaw as it is, and it's just a matter of how we utilize it.
Okay. Shane?
When we're at these meetings and that, we can always postpone it till the next meeting. We've all made that motion many a times.
All right, that's clear. Michelle?
And I don't know exactly how to, we get our agendas Friday, and the agendas are open to the public. So if they would read the agendas at the same time we did, and that gives them the opportunity, as far as I'm concerned, to phone their area councillor and say, hey, what's up with this? What, and then ask their questions. And then we still have, like, on the weekends, right? We still can phone in on Monday. If we don't have any answer for whoever called us, we can phone and get those answers on the Monday before the meeting and tell the ratepayers then.
Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for people to be informed about what's going on, they need to be reading our agendas prior to every meeting. Like I know that the role of the media oftentimes is to take what happens in public and to share that in the public and have conversation and dialogue and discourse, and that's all positive and good. I remember having a conversation with Councillor Moody when we first got in, because I was asking for transparency and wanted to, oftentimes even when we make motions, not so much now, but back like 4 or 5 years ago, it would be like I'm making a recommended motion, and for people who were just reading the minutes, it was just recommended motion, and it was hard to follow. I think that it's okay to have a little bit more awareness, let the press do their job and share what's going on in the municipalities and the counties, and it puts a lot less onus on a ratepayer that maybe doesn't have the internet, that isn't going to be, like, otherwise how do they even download and look at the agendas and to read through 200 pages? It can be overwhelming for council sometimes, let alone for a ratepayer that's just trying to find a needle in a haystack.
Okay, I need a motion to go in camera. No. No, it's verbal. Dustin's voting to go in camera. Vote. 11.1, are you making that one? As recommended? Lloyd's making it? Okay, everybody's knows what they're voting on there? Vote. Shane, you're making the third party one? Third party? That's carried. And 11.4 is to hire a third party as discussed in camera.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So Kayleen, are you like for 11.2, are you clear on what your submission will be?
Oh, shit.
Okay. Okay, no, as long as we're crystal clear on that. Because I don't want to drop the ball on that one.
No, I didn't think we needed it because they said it earlier that
Okay, yeah, no,
we
just
got
wanted to,
direction.
yeah, just wanted to confirm.
Okay.
Assuming that it's similar to past things where you'll look at and then it'll come back for budget approval?
11.4?
Yep, for the
It's the same as
third
the
party?
one before.
Well, that's the way that we did it before, like going back to when we did the review, it was,
I'm doing the same as what we did with Dustin's.
okay. But I'm assuming that his is coming back with a budget approval amount as well.
No, his is already in the process. You guys just said to get it done.
Okay, so how do we have to have the budget approved for it though, so where's it, yeah, you do. So where does the money come from?
You guys said to get it done. That's
No, I
all.
understand that, I'm just saying that we need a motion.
It'll be around 10 grand.
10 grand?
Yep. It's already at 5 and it's not done yet.
Okay.
Anything else? Meeting adjourned.